take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all over, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out.
And we don't know necessarily whether this is connected to the investigation of this robbery or whether they're... The Diocese of Camden.
Relaxing completely. If any
secretive organization
should come into your mind,
runs on a black budget, wandering
then return your concentration to the sound of
So, McGregor, what have you to say for yourself?
I have been wrong by your lordship. My certain.
If I am not much mistaken, it is myself that is short £1,000, whose cattle is reeved, and whose spectacle lad is abducted.
Then ask us right here where your money is. Where he sunk Alan MacDonald after he killed her.
The same accusations he spanned me, your lordship. Desperate words from a desperate man. You have proofs of these matters.
Feel your body relaxing. Relaxing. Relaxing.
Well, I'm not a comedian. Unfortunately, I'm giving you the truth of the earth.
And now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heel, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips, just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice. And as the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands, relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now, this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now, vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area. And visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, 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 deeper and deeper down as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now very, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before. until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And you're now relaxed and at ease, and the quietness of spirit permeates your body and mind. And I'm going to begin by providing suggestions that will be communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they'll be accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to visualize yourself having successfully overcome any and all anxiety. Imagine how good it feels to experience an ongoing quietness of spirit. Imagine your reactions and the reactions of those close to you. Vividly fantasize all the changes and benefits derived from living life in this calm state of mind. Create every detail of these visualizations, and in so doing, you communicate your desires to the levels of mind that will assist you in manifesting the positive outcomes. Imagine what you desire as if it were already so. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. you've just seen your own reality, and you're open to positive suggestions which you'll accept and act upon. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best. One can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to use a repeat technique to saturate your mind with a message. Together, we'll communicate it to every level of your being. So say the words along with me, silently in your mind. Shout them out silently and hear them echo out across the universe and back to you. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. That's right. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind, and all your stored up energy is released to flow freely through your system. And every day, In every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Your new, mellow, and confident self-image is a projection of who you are. It is. You are mellow and self-confident. And I'm now going to give you some key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. Anytime you feel the slightest bit nervous, simply stop what you're doing, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say these words quietly to yourself. Quietness of spirit. The words quietness of spirit are post-hypnotic conditioned response trigger words to reduce anxiety and intensify your calm and confident demeanor. These key trigger words invoke powerful post-programming mental conditioning that you can draw upon when you need it. When you say the words quietness of spirit, you'll immediately feel a surge of calmness and confidence flow through your body and mind. And every time you hear the suggestion, and every time you use your quietness of spirit programming, it becomes more and more effective. And it's now time to repeat another powerful affirmation along with me. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this programming. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while. and you've just seen your own reality. And upon awakening, you'll remember all that has been communicated. You'll awaken feeling as if you just had a refreshing nap. Your head will be clear, and you'll think and act with calm self-assurance, feeling glad to be alive and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. So let's come on up now. On the count of 5, you'll open your eyes and be wide awake. Number 1, feel the lifeblood returning to your arms and legs. Number 2, coming on up and at peace with all life. Number 3, coming on up feeling an internal balance and harmony. Number 4, recall the situation in the room. And number 5, wide awake, wide awake. Open your eyes and feel good. Number 5, wide awake. You're wide awake and fully alert. And I'm going to communicate some powerful self-talk phrases. You can do other things if you wish while programming your mind by repeating the phrases after me. And throughout your day, recall these phrases and say them over and over to yourself, out loud or silently in your mind. All right, repeat each phrase after me. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways.
This thief is a liar and a fraud. He has received $8 billion, 26 years from big pharma execs.
I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can.
Hello?
I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious.
Your Snapchat account has been reported.
Negativity flows through me without affecting me. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind, used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. All right. The self-talk phrases session is now complete, and in 20 seconds, the sleep programming introduction will begin. Sleep programming is nearly as powerful as hypnosis for programming your mind with life-changing suggestions. All you have to do is listen to the session as you go to sleep. As you relax and drift into first stage sleep, the cycle per second activity of your brain slows down to alpha. The second level of theta precedes deep delta sleep. Alpha and theta are the levels accessed for hypnosis programming. So on the following sleep programming session, I'll use the same induction as on the first session to take you to these levels quickly. Then, as you cross over into natural sleep, you'll continue to hear the suggestions. These affirmations are phrased for maximum acceptance by all levels of your mind. The words fade away at the end of the session, telling you to sleep soundly through the night and to awaken inspired to begin a new day. All right, now make yourself comfortable and prepare to be programmed as you go to sleep. Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing the quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to play the part. And mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body and feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heels. Completely relaxed. Relax. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips, just completely relaxing. And your full attention is on the sound of my voice as the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands, relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arm, relaxing your upper arm. and your fingers and forearms and upper arms just move on down into the base of your spine, and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. And the back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensation on up the back of your neck. Feel your scalp relaxing. Feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscle. Relaxing your facial muscle. Just completely relaxing your facial muscle. Allow a little space between your teeth, and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension. Above, crown chakra of light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you, flowing through your body and mind, filling you to overflowing with bright white protectory light. And now, vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura. Down as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, down. 4, deeper, deeper, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. very deep, and you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, down, down. Number deeper, deeper, down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before, until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable, all you have to do to awaken, count yourself up to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time to do so. And your body is relaxed, relaxed, relaxed. And your mind is relaxed as you cross over into sleep. A peaceful, relaxing sleep. Peaceful, relaxing sleep. And you're at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. A deep, peaceful, harmonious sleep. Sleep. Going to sleep. As you do, you accept suggestions you hear. You accept the sounds that you hear. As you go to sleep, go to sleep. Suggestions become your reality. The suggestions are accepted on every level of your body and mind, and they become your reality. You fulfill your desires. You do. You accept this. You accept the suggestion. You accept the suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. Release all tension created by stored up energy within the nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone asks. Every day, every way, you become more peaceful. Negative through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through the system. A quiet spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. A quietness of spirit now permeates nourishes your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day and every day you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quiet spirit now permeates my body and mind, and stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the word Nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept in mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. You accept this, and you accept the suggestions as you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And you accept these suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Chicago Mayor candidate John Kitover. Go to
History presents
ChicagoMayorVote.com. We're going to liberate the city from the communist
featuring
parasite
medical
thieves
doctor, author,
stealing
and educator
billions.
Dr. Martin
Brandon
Rossman.
Johnson is stealing billions of dollars. He just announced a $600 million TIF for Oak Lawn Hospital. Biggest scam yet.
Hi, I'm Dr. Marty Rossman, welcoming you to the Anxiety Relief Program. In this program, I'll be teaching you 3 guided imagery exercises to help you reduce, prevent, or better manage anxiety and stress. The tools we'll use are breathing, relaxation, and imagery, which has been in many studies to be effective in relieving or reducing anxiety. When you think about it, you realize that while there are certainly challenges we need to meet in life, most anxiety and stress comes from our imaginations. By dreading things that haven't yet happened or regretting the past, we create stress reactions in our that make us anxious, worried, tense, and can create a wide range of physical symptoms. In this program, I'm going to teach you 3 imagery processes that will help you use the power of your imagination to reduce anxiety, solve stressful problems, and use your strengths to address important issues in your life. The first deep relaxation exercise is best used as a practice. And if you practice twice a day for 3 weeks, you'll find that you get very skillful and very going to a place of deep relaxation. That will allow you to relax when you need to, when you get in a situation that may produce anxiety. The second exercise with your inner advisor is best used for addressing issues or problems that you haven't been able to solve and that are stimulating anxiety or stress. You'll find this imaginary dialogue with a wise and loving figure will help you view things perspective and find creative solutions that really work well for you. The third exercise, evocative imagery, will help you if you feel like you don't have enough of a particular quality to deal with a certain situation. If you feel you don't have the confidence or the strength or the presence or the assertiveness or the calmness or whatever other quality you may feel you're lacking, will help you build and develop that. Much like you would exercise to develop muscles, this exercise will help you develop personal qualities that will help you deal with stressful or anxiety-producing situations.
Hello?
As you get more familiar with each exercise and each technique, you'll be able to use whichever ones are most helpful for you. Before beginning any imagery process, however, safe and where you won't be disturbed for about 25 to 30 minutes. Put a sign on your door and tell anyone who needs to know that you'd like some privacy during this time. Let yourself loosen any tight clothing or jewelry as you get comfortable. To begin to relax, you'll probably find it easier if you let yourself close your eyes, but you can open them anytime you like, and then them again to your deep relaxation. The first to learn in reducing stress, tension, and anxiety is that of deeply relaxing your body and mind. We'll use your breathing and your imagination to help you do this. We'll begin by taking some time to focus on your breathing, then relax and unwind, and then invite you to imagine going to a beautiful place, safe, comfortable, and at ease. And as you imagine yourself being in such a place, you'll find that your body and mind relax easily and naturally. Learning to relax with imagery simply involves learning to pay attention to different things. To shift your attention from your usual world, we might call it the outer world, to what we can call your We'll take some time to focus on your breath. Let that get a little easier. And then invite your body to relax part by part. And you'll find that your body really likes to relax, and it knows how to do that. You just need to invite it to do that and let it relax in its own way. Begin by paying attention to your breathing. On the bringing in new energy, vitality, and oxygen that flows to all parts of your being, especially any place that needs some special attention. And let every exhalation, every out-breath, be a real letting go kind of a breath, a release. And let yourself make a signal the shift you're about to make into deep relaxation. Or rolling your eyes up in your head and taking an especially deep breath. Eyes become comfortable again and begin to relax more deeply. In the future, it can be a signal to your body and mind that you're about to shift into. And as you practice, you'll find it easier and easier to move into that deep, relaxed state of comfort and ease. And as your attention shifts from the outer world to the inner world, invite your body, your mind, your feelings, and your spirit to just release any tension you may not body, to release what they don't need to hold. You'll probably notice that some parts of your more to release and notice how they respond, and let whatever they do be all right for now. Don't worry at all about how quickly or deeply any part of you is relaxing, or how quickly any part of you relaxes. Just invite and allow the relaxation to happen, and notice how each part of the body responds. As you focus on different parts of your body, notice that you may feel things in them that you didn't notice when your attention was elsewhere. And of course, that's to be expected. And notice that there is feeling, awareness, and responsiveness in the different parts. You might even experience it as intelligence. So notice this intelligence and awareness in one of your feet,
Andrew, good afternoon to you.
and notice any tension or sensations that may be there.
It's worth so much.
And notice what happens when you invite that foot to release any tension it doesn't need. Simply inviting the foot to begin to relax more deeply and comfortably. Note how it responds, letting how it responds be perfectly all right for now. The intelligence in the other foot. And in the same way, invite it to release any tension it doesn't need to hold on to. And allow both your feet to continue to relax in their own way. And then
From the property tax situation, it's very
silently
important,
inviting
given
your
how
feet
that's
and
pinched
ankles to
somebody.
become soft and at ease. And then noticing the intelligence in your legs, releasing your legs, inviting your legs to soften and relax in their own way. without having to hurt at all. Just inviting and allowing, softening and releasing, and letting that be a very comfortable and very pleasant experience. You can relax even more deeply and comfortably if you want to, by continuing to notice the intelligence in different parts of your body and inviting each part to soften in the same way, simply noticing how each part responds, and knowing that you're in control of your relaxation and only relax as deeply as is comfortable for you. I want to remind you that if you ever need to return your awareness to the outer world, you can do that by simply opening your eyes and looking around, coming
From the
fully aware
property tax
and aware of
situation,
what's going on
very
around you.
important, given how that's pinched so
And
many
if you need to
homeowners,
respond
particularly
to
our senior
anything there, you can
citizens
do that
who have
too.
their homes paid off and
And
they bought
knowing
it
that you
30
can
years
do
ago for a
that if you
certain
need
amount now.
to, you can simply relax once more, return your attention to the inner world of your imagination. Invite the intelligence of your low back, your pelvis, and your hips to release and relax. And the intelligence of your abdomen and midsection. And your chest and rib cage. Inviting the whole chunk of your body to soften and relax, easily and naturally, without effort or struggle. Just letting go, but staying aware as you do. Inviting the intelligence between and across your shoulder blades, and across your neck and shoulders. Inviting the intelligence in your arms and elbows to relax, in your forearms, all the way down through your wrists and hands, all into the palms of your hands, the tips of your fingers and thumbs. Becoming aware of the intelligence in your face and jaw muscles, and inviting them to relax and let go, to become soft and at ease. You may notice that your upper and lower teeth may want to drift apart a little bit as they relax, and that's perfectly all right. Becoming aware of your scalp and forehead, inviting them to be soft and at ease. And the little muscles around your eyes softening, relaxing, releasing. And even the tongue can release and be at ease. And when you're ready to focus even more deeply, imagine yourself going to some place that's especially beautiful to you. It can be a place that you've been, or a place that you simply imagine now, or some combination. A place that you love to be in, a place that feels good to be in. Let it be a place that's safe and private, powerful, and even healing to you. Imagine that you're in a special place that's just for you, a place where you feel safe and at ease. And if more than one place comes to mind, simply pick the place that attracts you the most right now. And imagine in your own there. Yeah. Take some time to look around this place. You may not see exactly the same way in your inner world as you do in the outer world, but you can tell what you're imagining, even if you don't exactly see In the same way,
from the property tax situation. It's very
touch and see here. The colors, the shapes, and the things you notice. And in the same way, listen carefully and notice what sounds you imagine hearing in this special place. Or perhaps it's just very quiet. Just let it be what it is for now, as long as you're comfortable in that place. A place you have to be. Letting yourself be there now, simply because you've chosen to. And let yourself enjoy the peacefulness and the comfort, the safety that you find there. Noticing the temperature, the time of day, the time of year. And noticing any sense of relaxation and peacefulness that you find here. While you're enjoying this time of relaxation in this special quiet place, your muscles are relaxed, your blood is flowing easily to every part of your body, your breathing is regular, and without having to do anything else, your body is repairing and renewing itself on every level. And if you like, you can grant yourself the luxurious permission to not have to do anything else right now or go anywhere else. And just let yourself feel what that's like for a few moments. To do absolutely nothing and have it be good for you. So that you're actually doing something by doing nothing. And letting your body and mind relax, repair, restore, and renew. Simply by relaxing in this place. Let yourself just settle into this place, exploring it as much as you like,
from the property
or as little as you like, and finding the spot where you feel most centered and relaxed, and most deeply connected with this place and the qualities and energies that you feel there. Just let this be a place of healing and comfort, of deep restfulness, of renewal and restoration for you. And as you deeply relax here, you may want to pay attention to what it feels like to be surrounded and supported by the energies that you find healing in this place. And if it feels comfortable to you, just let yourself soak up whatever feels good, whatever feels nourishing, vitalizing, strengthening. Just like you're a sponge, just soaking up these good things. And as you enjoy this comfortable sense of deep relaxation, know that as you relax this way, your body can direct its energy
from the property tax situation.
to whatever
Very
healing
important,
and restoration
given how
is
it's
needed,
changed so many homes.
wherever it's needed. Your blood flows easily and naturally. Whatever area needs nourishment and renewal in your body, in your brain, in your mind, and replenishes and restores your sense of confidence and well-being. In this relaxed and comfortable state, the healing abilities of your body and mind and the healing wisdom they carry
can operate at peak efficiency. And sense once again a sense of being deeply centered and whole. And as you relax, you can remember your wholeness, your strengths, and your capabilities for handling
From the property tax
whatever
situation, it's
life
very
may bring
important,
your way.
given how that's pinched so many homeowners, particularly our
Just take some time to deeply enjoy this special sense of deep relaxation, comfort, and strength that you feel here. Now let yourself stay relaxed. Soon I'll be inviting you to bring your attention back to the outer world. But before you do that, please understand that any time you want to return to this deep state of relaxation, all you need to do is get comfortable, let your
particularly
breathing get deeper, make the relaxation signal you've chosen, and then deepen your relaxation by inviting your body to relax part by part and go back in your imagination to your inner place of relaxation, peace, and comfort. And stay there as long as you like. And when you come back to the outer world, you'll come back feeling more relaxed and refreshed, clearer in your mind, feeling stronger, more whole, and more comfortable in both body and mind, and more confident in your ability to deal with whatever life presents to you. And to return your attention to the outer world for now, simply look around your special place once more and let yourself feel any appreciation you may have for having such a place within you, and being able to use your mind in this way to help your body and mind relax. Knowing that you can return here at any time of your own choosing, and you can recall this place and draw from the deep sense of relaxation, centeredness, and wholeness that you find here.
from
This place is within you, and
from
always
the property
available
tax
to you,
situation, it's very important, given how that's
and
pinched
knowing
so
that will
many.
allow you to feel more relaxed and comfortable in the outer world as well. So knowing that this place is always here, prepare yourself to leave and bring your attention back to the outer world. Bringing back with you anything that you want to bring back, whether it's something you realized or learned about yourself, or it's a feeling of deep relaxation, centeredness, strength, or wholeness. Simply let the images fade and return to where they came from, and begin to pay attention to the space around you and the sounds you hear from the outer world, the room or place you're in. Begin to feel your body coming alive and gently stretching or wiggling your fingers or toes. As you return your attention to the outer world, letting your body return feeling more relaxed and refreshed than before, feeling more comfortable yet more alive, your mind clear and refreshed, your senses sharp and clear. And as you become aware of the outer world, you may feel like you're awakening from a deeply refreshing rest. When your attention's all the way back in the outer world, let your eyes come open and look around and see what you see, hear what you hear, notice what you notice in the outer world. bringing back with you whatever you choose to bring back. And as you come all the way back to the awareness of the outer world, you may want to take some time to make some notes or sketch something for yourself about this experience. Use this writing or drawing time to let yourself reflect on what's been most useful or interesting about this experience. Include your thoughts, feelings, and responses to what happened, as well as any questions that come to mind, and any insights you may have had that will help or prevent anxiety. This next guided imagery process can any issues or problems that are stimulating anxiety and help you. After taking some time to relax and go to your safe, centered place, I'll invite you to imagine a figure that is both wise and kind and knows you well. This figure, which we often call your inner advisor, may come in any form, and it can help you connect with the wisdom and compassion that is within you. Viewing anxiety-producing situations from the wisdom and kindness can help you find solutions that really work for you. Let the process be an exploration and notice what happens. So now let's begin. Begin by paying attention to your breathing. Just noticing that on the in-breath, you're bringing in new energy, vitality, and oxygen that flows to all parts of your being, especially any place that needs some special attention. And let every exhalation, every out-breath, be a real letting go kind of a breath. A release. And let yourself make a small movement to signal the shift you're about to make into deep relaxation. Like briefly lifting a finger, or rolling your eyes up in your head and taking an especially deep breath. And then let your eyes become comfortable again and begin to relax more deeply. In the future, when you make this movement, it can be a signal to your body and mind that you're about to shift into a state of deep relaxation. And as you practice, you'll find it easier and easier to move into that deep relaxed state of comfort and ease. To the inner world, invite your body, your mind, your feelings, and your spirit to just release any tension you may not need to hold on to right now. And you don't even have to know what you need to hold on to and what you can let go of. Simply invite the body, or the parts of your body, to release what they don't need to hold right now, and notice what happens. You'll probably notice that some parts of your body and others take a little more time. And that's perfectly okay. Just invite the parts of your body to release and know and let whatever they for now. Don't quickly or deeply any part of you is relaxing, or how quickly any part of you relaxes. Just invite and allow the relaxation to happen, and notice how each part of the body responds. Focus on different parts of your body. Feel things in them that you didn't notice when your attention was elsewhere. And notice that there is feeling, awareness, and in the different parts of your body. You might even experience it or think of it as intelligence. Notice this intelligence awareness in one of your feet. Notice any tension or sensations that may be there. And notice what happens when you invite that foot to release any tension it doesn't need. Simply inviting the foot to begin to relax more deeply and comfortably. Noticing how it responds, letting however it responds be perfectly all right for now. And then notice the intelligence in the other foot. And in the same way, invite it to release any tension it doesn't need to hold on to. And allow both your feet to continue to relax in their own way. And then your ankles. Silently inviting your feet and ankles to become soft and at ease. And then noticing the intelligence in your legs. Releasing your legs. Inviting your legs to soften and relax in their own way. Without having to make any effort at all. Just inviting and allowing. Softening and releasing. And letting that be a very comfortable and very pleasant experience. And you can relax even more deeply and comfortably if you want to, by continuing to notice the intelligence in different parts of your body and inviting each part to soften and relax in the same way. Simply noticing how each part responds and knowing that you're in control of your relaxation and only relax as deeply as is comfortable for you. I want to remind you that if you ever need to return your awareness to the outer world, you can do that by simply opening your eyes and looking around, becoming fully alert and aware of what's going on around you. And if you need to respond to anything there, you can do that too. And knowing that you can do that if you need to, you can simply relax once more, return your attention to the inner world of your imagination. Inviting the intelligence low back, your pelvis, and your hips to release and relax. And the intelligence of your abdomen and midsection. And chest and rib cage. Inviting the whole trunk of your body to soften and relax easily and naturally, without effort or struggle. Just letting go, but staying aware as you do. Inviting the intelligence between and across your shoulder blades, and across your neck, and inviting the intelligence in your arms and elbows to relax, in your forearms, all the way down through your wrists and hands, all the way down to the palms of your hands, the tips of your fingers and thumbs. Becoming aware of the intelligence in your face and jaw muscles, and inviting them to relax and let go. to become soft and at ease. You may notice that your upper and lower teeth may want to drift apart a little bit as they relax, and that's perfectly all right. Becoming aware of your scalp and forehead, inviting them to be soft and at ease. And the little muscles around your eyes softening, relaxing, releasing. And even your tongue can release and be at ease. And when you're ready, invite an image to appear that represents the wisdom and creativity within you. Simply invite an image for this inner advisor and accept the image that comes for now. It may be a figure that's new to you or a familiar figure, and either one is just fine, as long as you feel comfortable with the image. It may come in just about any form: a person you've known or someone new, another sort of living creature, a religious figure, even a cartoon or movie character. It may come as a presence or a light or simply a feeling in your body. Just allow yourself to become aware of how you imagine this inner wisdom figure, and take a few moments to carefully observe the image. It's important to notice whether you feel comfortable in the presence of this figure. Notice whether the image seems kind and caring. And notice, too, if it seems to have wisdom. Take some time to really check it out. If for any reason you don't feel a sense of caring and safety with this image, send it away and imagine instead that you are there with an image that is friendly, helpful, and caring as well as wise. A figure you do feel comfortable and safe with. Imagine that you can communicate with this figure and ask it its name. And imagine that it can respond to you in a way that you can easily understand. And accept whatever name comes back to you, as you would from anybody else. Your inner advisor may speak directly to you or communicate with you in some other way. You may just directly understand what it's communicating, or it may show you something in response to your questions. Thank your inner advisor for coming. And when you're ready, let your inner advisor know what it is you'd like some help with. And allow it to respond to you. And allow yourself to be receptive to what it has to communicate to you today. Pay careful attention to any guidance or advice that comes from your advisor. And pay careful attention to what it has to communicate, as you would from a wise and respected teacher. Feel free to discuss any other questions you may have about relieving or reducing anxiety with your inner advisor, letting it respond to you each time. Again, listening carefully to its responses. Take some time to have this conversation. If you haven't already, ask your advisor if there's anything specific it would advise you to do to best support your ability to live with less anxiety. Again, paying careful attention to its responses. When you feel you've learned all you can learn for now, you can prepare yourself to bring back what you've learned to the outer world. Remember, you can continue to communicate with your inner advisor at any time by simply returning to your safe inner place and inviting your inner advisor to come into your awareness, discussing the issues and questions you have, or asking for help with any anxiety that might come up. Always paying careful attention to how it responds to your questions and what it has to share with you. When you bring any advice you've received back to your outer world, you can consider it again and make whatever decisions are right for you. You'll decide whether or not to act on any of this advice, or to come back and continue the creative conversation with your inner advisor until you find solutions that really work well for you. When it seems right to you, thank your inner advisor for coming to be with you today. And then take a few moments to review what has happened in this experience. Notice especially anything that you want to make sure to bring back with you when you return your attention to the outer world. Whether it's an action you want to take or a feeling you have within you. What did you receive or learn from your inner advisor today? Is there anything in particular that you've learned that you want to make sure to bring back with you when you return your attention to the outer world? And when you know what you want to bring back, take your leave from your inner advisor for now, in whatever way seems appropriate to you. Remembering that you can come back to this inner place anytime you want to rest, relax, or ask for more help from your inner advisor. And to return to the outer world for now, simply look around your special place once more and let yourself feel any appreciation you may have for having such a place inside and being able to use your mind in this way to help your body relax your mind relax, and to find solutions to issues and problems that are important to you. And knowing that you can return here at any time of your choosing, prepare to leave for now. Prepare to return your attention to the outer world, bringing back with you anything you want to bring back. Whether it's something you realized about yourself, a solution to an issue or problem that's been bothering you, or simply a feeling of deep relaxation and comfort, knowing that you have a source of wisdom and caring deep within you. And to return to the outer world, let all the images fade and return to where they came from. Begin to pay attention to the space around you, the sounds coming from the outer world, the room or the place that you're in. Beginning to feel your body once more, gently stretching or wiggling your fingers and toes. And as you return to the outer world, letting your body return with a more relaxed and deeply refreshed feeling. Your mind clear and refreshed, your senses sharp and clear, bringing back whatever's important or interesting from this experience. You may feel like you're awakening from a deeply refreshing rest. And when you're all the way back, letting your eyes open, looking around, coming all the way awake and alert, bringing back whatever you choose to bring back. And when you're all the way back to the outer world, take some time to make some notes or sketch something for yourself about this experience. Use this writing or drawing time to let your experience continue to unfold, to record what happened, including your thoughts, your feelings, and your responses to your conversation with your inner advisor. Let yourself include any new questions that come to mind, as well as insights that you will act on to better support your ability to deal with whatever life may bring you. And know that you have this source of wisdom and caring deep within you, and you can return there at any time to continue this conversation. This third anxiety relieving skill is called evocative imagery. It will help you identify and strengthen qualities that you feel you need more of to deal with things that may be provoking or stimulating anxiety. Sometimes we're anxious because we don't feel we have what we need in order to cope with or resolve our stress. This guided imagery experience will help you with that. Before you start, take a few minutes to think about a particular issue or situation that may be causing anxiety for you. And then think about what personal qualities you'd like to have more of in order to be able to deal effectively with them. More patience, more confidence, more strength, more love. Different qualities may be useful in different situations. Before you start the next exercise, Identify from 1 to 3 qualities that would help you better deal with this particular situation. So now let's begin. Begin by paying attention to your breathing. Just noticing that on the in-breath, you're bringing in new energy, vitality, and oxygen that flows to all parts of your being, especially any place that needs some special attention. And let every exhalation, every out-breath, be a real letting go kind of a breath, a release. And let yourself make a small movement to signal the shift you're about to make into deep relaxation, like briefly lifting a finger, or rolling your eyes up in your head and taking an especially deep breath. And then let your eyes become comfortable again and begin to relax more deeply. In the future, when you make this movement, it can be a signal to your body and mind that you're about to shift into a state of deep relaxation. And as you practice, you'll find it easier and easier to move into that deep relaxed state of comfort and ease. And as your attention shifts from the outer world to the inner world, invite your body, your mind, your feelings, and your spirit to just release any tension you may not need to hold on to right now. And you don't even have to know what you need to hold on to and what you can let go of. Simply invite the body or the parts of your body to release what they don't need to hold on to right now, and notice what happens. You'll probably notice that some parts of your body release easily and others take a little more time. And that's perfectly okay. Just invite the parts of your body to release and notice how they respond, and let whatever they do be all right for now. Don't worry at all about how quickly or deeply any part of you is relaxing, or how quickly any part of you relaxes. Just invite and allow the relaxation to happen, and notice how each part of the body responds. As you focus on different parts of your body, notice that you may feel things in them that you didn't notice when your attention was elsewhere. And of course, that's to be expected. And notice that there is feeling, awareness, and responsiveness in the different parts of your body. You might even experience it or think of it as intelligence. So notice this intelligence and awareness in one of your feet, and notice any tension or sensations that may be there. And notice what happens when you invite that foot to release any tension it doesn't need. Simply inviting the foot to begin to relax more deeply and comfortably. Noticing how it responds, letting however it responds be perfectly all right for now. And then notice the intelligence in the other foot. And in the same way, invite it to release any tension it doesn't need to hold on to. And allow both your feet to continue to relax in their own way. And then your ankles. Silently inviting your feet and ankles to become soft and at ease. And then noticing the intelligence in your legs. Releasing your legs. Inviting your legs to soften and relax in their own way. Without having to make any effort at all. Just inviting and allowing. softening and releasing, and letting that be a very comfortable and very pleasant experience. And you can relax even more deeply and comfortably if you want to, by continuing to notice the intelligence in different parts of your body and inviting each part to soften and relax in the same way. Simply noticing how each part responds, and knowing that you're in control of your relaxation and only relax as deeply as is comfortable for you. I want to remind you that if you ever need to return your awareness to the outer world, you can do that by simply opening your eyes and looking around, becoming fully alert and aware of what's going on around you. If you need to respond to anything there, you can do that too. And knowing that you can do that if you need to, you can simply relax once more, return your attention to the inner world of your imagination. Inviting the intelligence of your low back, your pelvis, and your hips to release and relax. And the intelligence of your abdomen and midsection. And your chest and rib cage. Inviting the whole trunk of your body to soften and relax, easily and naturally, without effort or struggle. Just letting go, but staying aware as you do. Inviting the intelligence between and across your shoulder blades, and across your neck and shoulders. Inviting the intelligence in your arms and elbows to relax, in your forearms, all the way down through your wrists and hands, all the way down to the palms of your hands, the tips of your fingers and thumbs. Becoming aware of the intelligence in your face and jaw muscles, and inviting them to relax and let go, to become soft and at ease. You may notice that your upper and lower teeth may want to drift apart a little bit as they relax, and that's perfectly all right. Becoming aware of your scalp and forehead, inviting them to be soft and at ease. And the little muscles around your eyes softening, relaxing, releasing. And even your tongue can release and be at ease. And now think about the quality or qualities that you'd like to feel more of in yourself. Silently name them, or say them aloud if you wish. And then let your mind take you to a time when you felt these qualities in yourself. And let yourself imagine that you are there once again. And notice where you are. And notice what you're doing. And who you're with, if anyone. Take some time and notice the details. Notice what you see as you look around. You hear. Let yourself really be there now, in your own way. Even noticing if there are any smiles or laughs. And especially noticing how it feels to be there. And if there was never a time when you felt these qualities in yourself, simply imagine what it would feel like if you did feel them now. You might imagine someone else that you've noticed these qualities in. Someone you know, or a historical figure, or dramatic character. However you connect with these qualities, imagine that those qualities are in you now. Pay special attention to how it feels to sense these qualities within yourself. And notice where you feel them most strongly in your body. Gently scan with your attention through your body and notice if these feelings seem to center anywhere. If they're stronger in one area than in another. Do they seem to concentrate in your face or head, in your chest or heart, in your abdomen or pelvis, arms, legs, anywhere else? Notice how your body posture is as you feel these qualities within you. And notice how your face feels as you allow the feelings of those qualities to be there within you right now. How do you imagine your voice is as you talk with the awareness of these qualities in you? And how do you imagine you move while being in touch with these qualities? If you're comfortable with it, imagine that you can allow the sense of qualities to grow stronger in you. To gently grow a little bit stronger, to expand, while you stay relaxed and comfortable. And imagine that the feelings of these qualities begin to grow so that they fill the space of your entire body. As if every cell of your body was touched by the feelings that go with these qualities. Just let the feelings develop, like a photograph develops. Imagine that the feelings associated with these qualities radiate out from wherever they are centered. Radiating out in all directions, like the light radiating from the sun. Allowing yourself to fill your body with these qualities. Imagining that you can feel the quality all the way down your legs to the bottoms of your feet. And all the way down your arms to the palms of your hands, the tips of your fingers and thumbs. Filling your face and touching the very deepest core of your being. imagining that all your organs and bones and muscles and all the other tissues and cells in your body are touched and filled with this quality or qualities. And just let yourself do that for a while. Letting yourself become saturated with these qualities and naming them again, silently or out loud. And then, if you like, imagine that you have a knob or a control like you do on a radio or television set. And you can turn up the strength of these qualities, just like you turn up the volume on a radio. And imagine turning up the volume so that the feelings of these qualities overflow your body for a foot or so in every direction. And just notice how that feels. And if you like, you can turn it up even stronger so that you fill the space around you for several feet in every direction. And notice what that's like. If you like, you can imagine filling the room around you with the feeling of those qualities, the energy of those qualities. Even the tone you're in. You can imagine filling the whole world with these qualities if you like. Just imagine turning it up as far as you like. And if it ever feels uncomfortable, simply turn it back down to where it feels more comfortable to you. Bigger isn't necessarily better. Just let yourself experiment so that you can feel these qualities strongly within you. And simply adjust the feeling to whatever is most pleasant and comfortable for you right now. It's like listening to a radio when you're the only one in a room. Whatever is most comfortable for you is exactly right. So adjust the strength of the feelings to be most comfortable for you right now. And enjoy that for a few minutes more. And feel free at any time to adjust it your way. And as you're experiencing yourself with these qualities, turn your attention once more for a few moments to the situation or issues that you'd like to address. And notice if they appear the same or different in any way as you're in touch with these qualities within yourself. And experiment with adjusting the strength of these qualities until you can imagine dealing with these issues in a more effective way for you. And know that you can let those feelings stay with you as long as you like, and even bring them back with you when you decide to return your attention to the outer world. And when you're ready to return your attention to the outer world, silently express any appreciation you might have for being able to use your imagination in this way. And for being able to connect with your own inner strengths and helpful qualities. And when you're ready, notice once more the sense of those qualities within you. And as you allow all the images to fade, you can bring this feeling back with you if you like. And you can always connect with and strengthen the feeling of having those qualities within you, simply by recalling it in this way. Using these strengths and qualities to help you resolve issues and concerns in a healthy and effective way.
Exactly, this ain't nothing.
Gently bring your attention back to the room around you, the place you're in. Coming back into your body, feeling your body relaxed and alive and full of the qualities you've connected to. Letting yourself wiggle your fingers and toes and become aware of your body again. As you bring back what's important to the outer world, allowing your eyes to open and looking around, noticing what you see in the outer world, what you hear there. Bringing back what's important to bring back. Feeling like you're returning from a deeply refreshing rest. And when you're all the way back, take a few minutes to write or draw about your experience. Recording whatever seemed important to you. Your own thoughts and feelings in response to what you learned. And ways that you can use the qualities you now connected to relieve or resolve anxiety in your life.
That the Democratic has been taken over by the socialist wing of the party. I think actually, and this is not based on Gary's opinion, but based on the number of Democrats in Congress and the number who self-identify as socialists, that is the truth. But certainly a lot more socialists on the Democratic side of the aisle than there are on the Republican side of the aisle, because there are probably zero on the Republican side of the aisle. That is a fact. And this is an increase in the number of people who embrace Mamdani's vision of choice. And it could be an indication of a slide among the voting population in a certain direction, although I will point out that generally speaking, this is kind of, as they used to say in the rap hip hop field, an East Coast, West Coast kind of thing. You don't find in the mainland of the country so much reliance on democratic socialism. Minnesota might be an example where you do. But generally speaking, these flyover states, you're not going to see, I don't think, a groundswell in that direction. But the president took it beyond concerns that conservatives might have about socialism. And he today actually said, and such is the reason for the topic, that there is a cancer of communism spreading across the United States. So these are his words, and I want to know what people think about it. I'm going to read to you. There have been a lot of stories posted. If you don't like the news source, find another one. I can only read one at a time. This comes from The Independent. And I will read it exactly how they wrote it. It has a certain bent right from the start that you can accept or reject if you wish. A quarter century after the September 11th attacks and 8 decades after the end of World War II, President Trump claims the greatest threat ever faced by the United States is not China, Russia, or another foreign enemy, but a trio of House candidates in his former home state of New York. Speaking at the Washington, D.C. Hilton exactly 2 months to the day of his last appearance there, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which was cut short after an assassination attempt, Trump told attendees at the Faith and Freedom Coalition's Road to the Majority Conference that they had to, quote, stop this horrible threat of cancer that is permeating our country called communism. He was not referring to the peril of the Chinese Communist Party or the former Soviet Union. The 3 Democratic candidates for New York House seats who won primary victories this past Tuesday after being endorsed by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and then they list the 3. None is an actual communist, but all 3 are aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America and identify as Democratic Socialists rather than as mainstream Democrats. If they win this year's general election in November, they will, because in New York City, the primary determines the general. There's, with the exception of some outlying districts, clearly not the 3 that they represent in Staten Island, in a slice of Brooklyn, in a section of Queens. You're not going to get elected as a Republican. But they're correct. If is the proper way of saying it, because anything is possible. If they win this year's general election in November, none will be particularly powerful or influential, especially members of a body that largely operates on seniority. Yet Trump told his audience at the right-wing religious conference that the choice of voters in 3 House districts in the city where he spent most of his life amounted to, quote, the greatest threat to our country since its founding, and warned that allowing Democrats to win the November election would lead to the end of life in this country as we know it. Bum, 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 bum. These are scary words, ladies and gentlemen. Scary words. Continuing with The Independent and not Gary's sarcastic interjection. Quote, these ruthless communists will attack all religions, but in particular Christianity, they always do, he said. They will close your churches in this country, they will go communist, and they're trying to. They will kill your people. I will repeat those words of the President of the United States, ladies and gentlemen. They will kill your people. And that's what they're about. They want to end religion. They have to end religion because their ideology doesn't work if you have strong religion. There will be no food. There will be no housing. There will be no military. There will be no law and order. There will be no nothing. There will be no nothing. You'll be a third world inhabitant in every way, and everyone will suffer or die. He later added that the New York House candidates in question are animals and, quote, people that want to destroy our country, close quote, while warning that it is, quote, all too easy to get elected. Wow. Sorry, I keep interjecting with Gary's emotive responses. I apologize. Trump also found harbingers of doom in the New York City Rent Stabilization Board's decision to enact a 2-year freeze in rent increases for the relatively small number of rent-controlled apartments left in his former hometown. The policy, which was approved earlier this week, last night, fulfills a major campaign promise of Mamdani's. So the Rent Stabilization Board, there are certain set-aside apartments in buildings where all the units are not rent stabilized, where few people are grandfathered in under rent stabilization, and I think it's every year or every 2 years, I believe it is, the Rent Stabilization Board meets to decide by what percentage, based on inflation, those individuals' rents should be raised so that the landlords can afford to continue to accommodate them. This is an alternative to big public housing projects, which we still have many of here in New York City. And it only is a small dent in the housing crisis that the city faces, but it is a long-standing tradition in New York City. And generally speaking, at these Rent Stabilization Board hearings, they're screaming and hollering. On the one hand, you hear the people who enjoy rent stabilization clamoring that they're going to be finding themselves homeless if you raise it 1 or 2%, which is really what it usually is, only a couple of percentage points. On the other hand, you have the landlords clamoring that if you raise it if you don't raise it, they're going to become slumlords and it'll be the fault of the government. And both sides are subjected to, or the people listening to them are subjected from both sides, a high degree of hyperbole. And it's almost performative because each side is playing to their audience. The people representing the renters and the people representing the landlords, and then when it's all over, and it goes up a couple or 3 or 5 percentage points, people are interviewed outside the meeting, and each side predicts doom and gloom. And 2 years later, when it's time to look again at all of this, there has been no doom and gloom to either the renter or the landlord. And then we go through the whole process again. However, it takes on national significance suddenly because Mamdani promised free this, free that, free the other thing, free buses, city-run supermarkets to compete with the supermarkets and the bodegas, the convenience stores that are in the neighborhood, because the prices are too high, in his opinion, a very populist point of view, and it helped get him elected. And he appoints the members to the Rent Stabilization Board. So this is no longer Adams or de Blasio's or Bloomberg's people who are sitting on the Rent Stabilization Board. They are Mamdani's people. And so what happened last night was something that was absolutely predicted. They didn't raise the rent. And the president makes this part of his argument that the communists are taking over the nation. So let me just say that there are arguments against certain socialist type programs. And in Gary's opinion, for what it's worth, you're stuck listening to it, I guess, if you want to stay in the room. In Gary's opinion, sometimes it can be a good thing. If you really look at it, our highways are funded by the populace, our schools are funded by the populace, our libraries are funded by the populace, Medicare and Medicaid are populace, and of course, Social Security funded by the all quote-unquote socialist programs. And so to say that all socialist programs are bad is not accurate. However, of course, if you start competing with people who are running on a 2% margin, as are the supermarkets in New York City, stores that are not just dealing with the cost of transportation and rent, which is extraordinarily high in order to stay in business, in order to put that produce out to purchase, they have to pay a lot of money for the privilege of doing it. Therefore, it's going to cost you more to buy produce here than in a rural community. And it's a unfair and undue strain on the city, absolutely. But I think arguably if you say it should be subsidized stores by the government to compete with those folks, then the entrepreneurial spirit, the capitalism comes under attack to a degree. And maybe some of these stores that are on very thin margins may have to close up shop. And I have seen with my own eyes when the supermarket closing left, right, and center. People went into food insecurity, which of course can't buy in large. Suppliers are charging them more, and then they have to pass that charge on to the population. And so in the aggregate, people lose out. So something that might be well, if the standpoint may actually turn out to be counterproductive that they intend to serve. So from Gary's perspective, for what it's worth, sometimes socialist programs are good and sometimes socialist programs are not good. I think, if my understanding is correct, both socialists and communists want reform in this direction. And I know some communists, and I know what one of them is an editor of a communist very well. I know how he organizes. I know what he advocates. They want these kinds of goals through revolution because they do not believe that the system is sustainable. The system is sustainable nor beneficial to the populace. And so there may be some kindred spiriting going on between the and the communists, but they are not.
very much so. I think my generation and the generation prior to me have never known true hardship or devastation now, and socialism seems appetizing to them, despite the fact that in practice it just doesn't work. I don't know whether I agree with the president that it's cancer. It's certainly an economic system which you do not want to run the country, right? There's not a place. Amplifies all of those other social issues. So socialism and communism get popular in times where our system can't or won't answer the pressing questions of the public. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's a facet of societies in history, in particularly democratic societies that end up battling with this sort of thought. Leave it there.
So, Marshall, you mentioned the utopian view of people your age and younger, but is that not true of all generations, that people of your age and younger have these wide-eyed and hopeful, very optimistic views, and they all want change? It never quite reaches the level that we want when we're that age, but isn't that the way societies actually move forward and reform? Alan, if he's available, followed by Scott.
Hello, everyone. I'll say is Gary and everybody else. I've seen a lot of changes through the years I came to US, and I've seen other society, and then compared to here, it was a great place. It was hopeful, and it was very, very good. But through the years, it's declined. answer because I lived most of my life next to is greener in the other side, but hey, it is not. So back to
Thank you, Alan. We'll go to Scott, followed by Howard.
All right, Gary, my main man. Seeks to eliminate basically functionally all unequal outcomes in a degree, to a degree which socialism doesn't. So, I mean, that being said, I mean, are we that in danger of communism? Of course not. I mean, that's just not. I don't think we're anywhere near that, right? I mean, the other thing too, I want to say Obama's a socialist or Kamala Harris is a socialist. I'll tell you what, they get an awful lot of Wall Street money to be socialists. Moneyed interest. Interests don't tend to throw their resources behind socialists. So, there you go, Gary. I think that. I think it's also counter to a lot of the fascism tendencies that's also occurred, especially with parts of our government and parts of really what's going on right now in the media. So I think it's natural that you're going to start seeing more divergent things that just start emerging. So I guess I kind of sum it up, Gary, as on behalf of the flyover states, as you indicated in your opening salvo, yeah, I don't think communism, I mean, it's out there, but I don't think it's a big. I'll land it there. Thanks.
Well, I think arguably the president is trying to create a crisis, which we know works in politics to get people to vote Republican in the midterm elections. I think they're pretty blatantly clear. He's screaming the alarm. He says it specifically. If you vote for the Democrats, this is what's going to happen. There's a push to try to convince you and me that the people who were part of a little coalition of anti-Israel and progressive folks, and these new guys and gals are representative of the Democratic Party. And I don't think that most people who are in the Democratic Party an extremely low voter turnout in the primaries. This is exactly how AOC got elected. By all measures, AOC should not have gotten elected. Joe Crowley should have been reelected, but he wasn't because he took his district for granted and didn't go out there and campaign. She and her people were hungry and they were under the radar. And to your point, use social media and what Marshall does, door knocking, and in New York was more meeting people in bars and coffee shops maybe than door knocking and on street corners and at subway platforms. But the concept remains the same. If you want to get elected, you got to work at it. And you got to get your vote out. shameful self-plug here, since you mentioned the undue impact that we believe social media presents. I wrote a piece early this morning on my Substack, which is linked to in the main chat, which is linked above, talking about the overwhelming anti-Semitism, the comments that have been made on my social media for having the audacity to suggest that the hate crimes, which are on an exponential rise against Jewish people, ought to be more firmly addressed. And that resulted in representation of the kind of people who commit the hate crimes in large, massive numbers. And it would make one perhaps think that they are representative of a larger group of society than we would feel comfortable. The studies, if you read my very otherwise. Now, this, I think the same goes true for any fringe aspect of our society. The internet, to your point, Howard, has given people voice when they never had voice before. When I was coming up, the way the communists got their message out is they published their revolutionary newspapers, and they would stand at the Rouge plant, the Ford Motor Company Rouge plant in Dearborn, and as people were walking in at shift change and people were walking out at shift change, they would hand out their weekly publications. Workers Unite, each of them had a different take. They all hated one another, by the way. The socialist workers didn't like the Trotskyites. The Trotskyites didn't like the Revolutionary Communist Party. The Revolutionary Communist Party didn't like the Communist. I mean, the fracturing was just amazing. Talk about this Red Scare that the president is trying to gin up. They're very fractured, these people. But the point is, you can't go by what you see on the internet, because the actual polling by very respectable organizations like the Pew Foundation will show that these are all outliers that have greater voice than people who are just simply trying to live their lives and don't necessarily feel motivated to go onto the internet to try to express their views in order to change the minds of the good people of the United States and elsewhere in the country. I don't think that's a fair barometer. That the commies are going to take over the country, because three Democratic socialists, who, as the Independent pointed out, as freshmen members of Congress will have no say in what their party's policies will be. It doesn't mean the country is facing this crisis that the president claims that we are. And I would just point out, Howard, that yesterday, the president, who is frustrated that Chuck Schumer has not shown his policy vis-a-vis, declared that Schumer is a Palestinian. Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian. So just by claiming that Chuck Schumer, who is Jewish, is a Palestinian, doesn't make Chuck Schumer a Palestinian. And just claiming that there's this big red threat doesn't mean that is true, but we saw this during the age of McCarthyism, and it took root then, and I'm hoping that it does not today.
Yeah, Gary. Yeah, I mean, as you say that too, it just reminds me of something even happened more recently. The campaign trail, and I think it was when the president was perhaps in debate with the done going bio about the cats and dogs. Just this verbose rhetoric, and she basically putting that into the ether, if you will, and people react to it.
As we are today, Howard, guilty as charged. Steve, followed by
Gary, also, can we just say something I forgot to mention that I think, you alluded to before, but I think the anti-Israel stuff was at least as big a driving force as the economic stuff, or bigger. I mean, I think that they campaigned hardcore, those folks, as being anti-Israel, right? And it's funny because I saw a woman who had tattooed on her forehead. I was going to say what I'm going to say it. Forgive me for being crass, but a lot of people more than the economics.
I really am attracted to women who tattoo their foreheads. I think it's just very, very attractive.
You remember the Larry David bit when he's in the Palestinian chicken place and he says,
According to the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, and Saudi Arabia consistently outspend Israel in direct foreign lobbying and influence operations within the United States. Just want to point that out to anybody who wants to date that young lady with that tattoo. Steve, followed by...
Yeah, Gary, how you doing today?
I'm good. How you feeling, buddy? Are you recovering?
I'm still sore, Gary. I had robotic surgery, and the robot was isn't great right now, but if left unchecked, could metastasize. And I think it relates to this, and the reason why it's so dangerous too. When people feel a sense of loss of hope, the loss of being able to do better than their parents done, and to have some path that they see forward, and they look at the corporations that's providing the opportunities for them. Now, if you feel powerless in the corporation that can have lobbyists on K Street every week going down to see your senator, you have only one choice at that point to battle that, and that's through seizing power of the government to contend with this monolithic thing that's in such a bad situation. And I think that got elected in New York and in some of these other areas is appealing to this feeling that things are not going well, they're not going to get any better, and that you're just left to your own, so you better figure it out. Now the problem with that is, and I've seen this in a lot of things that I've done, is that people don't realize this. When you get into government decisions, and I've been involved in a lot of meetings where I've had to point this out to people, because people start spending government consequence for a bad decision, and you blow a bunch of money that gives in business could beat you out of business. Guess what? You still hold your seat. You're still there. You don't suffer the repercussions. But the people that's advocating for that don't see that part of it. All they see as is always the case, this is how fringe groups take root. There's no question about it.
So I always am left to think these conversations focus too much on economics and too little on the political system. Democratic socialism has been a part of European politics for a while, and it's been a part of European politics in a lot of places we would consider. Europe. I did talk with it's not really power. Where do you see things go awry is when the population escapes there, Stalin, etc. Or frankly, whether you're talking about right-wing authoritarian stuff. Pinochet, you didn't want to live under him. You didn't want to live under the Franco regime in Spain. You certainly didn't want to live it that Marx codified or predicted the with capitalism. A happy middle class doesn't revolt. A happy lower class economic. That very fortunately was blocked by a judge. But that's the absolute opposite of communism. And the fact that 3 people got elected in New York City, it's a place that's good for immigrants and good for unusual political theories. It always has been because it's got immigrants from we're in debt like we've never been before. And 3 people who have somewhat left-leaning beliefs are not going to change any of those accomplishments of his. I'm being sarcastic.
purely socialist, and when we have public utilities, I mean, in the city where I live or where Scott lives, we have city water, city sewage. That is basically levied like a tax, and it's a service. And if it can't, Comcast or Verizon, they run the files as a utility as well. So it gets a little. People go hungry, and in Philadelphia we have basically cooperatives which are community owned. Incorporates certain in the corporate charter. Where that the early Christians.
Right. He's talking about the Book of Acts, Gary. It talks about the Acts of the Apostles in the early chapters where they're holding things in common. I mean, basically, they're having like a common person, common problem.
I see. So were the early Christians
this. We're talking. You know, why don't you just make your point, Meryl? Just make your point.
It's the politics of it. We stress the politics of it. We don't, and with to one side. When we talk about the left, when we talk about people that want what they want, we did this the other day. It was people with everybody wants and wants and wants, and all the things that people aren't getting, and it's coming from the left. And we don't talk about. We're not, Dr. Francine. Gary, this show has never talked about the post office. We never.
Oh, see, there we go. We're talking about the wrong thing. I didn't bring up the topic of the post office. Bravo. You know what? I'm hearing, Meryl, honestly, the way you're talking.
That's it, Gary. I am not being rude to you.
Meryl, I'm trying to be lightheaded in my response to your criticism.
Then go back into chat while we wait.
Who are you to tell me to go back into chat? Why are you starting like an argument with me?
No, Gary. You go into chat while people wait to talk, and when I speak, you're bad. You make fun. I'm sorry. I don't say it the way you want me to.
Meryl,
I apologize for that.
You don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize, but I'm reacting to the stimuli that I'm getting from you, and I'm trying to do it in a light-hearted manner because I don't want to be shouting at you. But I will tell you, on your microphone, I hear a little buzzing in the background. To me, it sounds like maybe there's a bee in your bonnet here tonight.
You want me to respond to that, Gary?
Sure, please do. I threw it out there, so it's fair game.
I'm not going to have a cat fight with you, and that's what you're trying to do. I don't want a cat fight.
Okay.
I want to talk about. I talked about.
You want to talk about what you want to talk about, not the topic at hand.
If there was a cancer of communism, that is what you said this topic was about. And you mentioned what Donald Trump said. And then the conversation is about, it winds up being about how unhappy people are. And who are the people that are unhappy? And we hear the word, what you said many times. And when Dr. Francine talked about what we should eat of, you didn't make fun of that. I'm talking about, yes, I'm afraid of that. I'm much more concerned about the fact that the very person who is telling us what is wrong with this country and what we need to be afraid of isn't doing anything to prevent that. He isn't doing anything to check on domestic terrorists. He isn't doing those things. And my saying that means I hate Trump. No, I'm talking about to talk about what people fear and what he wants us to fear without addressing that he does nothing to help them. He does nothing to make that fear better. When in all make that fear worse. When in all reality, we should be worried about what he's doing. That's my point. And I'm sorry if that offended you. I'm sorry if I didn't say it, if I didn't articulate it right. And I'm sorry I brought up that you were in chat. But that if this conversation is important, you'd be in the room all day and not in chat. I'm waiting in the room.
Oh, for God's sake. My hand is out, and you're going to hear it right now. I slapped my hand because I responded to Brian in chat. Because that does not make me a good moderator. If I cared about the fact that Meryl was sitting in queue, I wouldn't have paid attention.
to Ching. I lost Ching. She was there and she's gone. David.
Thank you. I guess I have to preface my remarks with, for some reason, I was here at the beginning, but I didn't realize you were responding to something Trump said. I see the title, and in my mind, what I wish is it said is the cancer of socialism spreading in the USA. I think
But that's not what the president said.
That's right.
The term socialism.
I know.
You know, I'm not going to rewrite. By the way, I took a lot of heat over the past week and a half on my Facebook for simply quoting the president. How dare I quote the president of the United States? And you know why? I was his veracity when he opens his mouth. So I have to tell them when the president is lying, as if I know, by the way. You know, like I'm omnipresent and I would know. If I'm omnipresent like that, Scott, I don't mean to offend you, Scott, but I'm going to start my own.
I'll take a collection. I'm in charge of taking collection.
Oh, okay. You know what? Sounds like we have a plan. Anyway, David, go ahead with your point. I apologize.
No. I enjoy lighthearted banter. I like what's
communist possibilities may change that a little bit. But that's not. People are not flooding the United States to escape Norway and Sweden, are they?
No, but they are from other communist.
Communists, but Norway and Sweden are not communist countries. They're not. I'm not arguing that. I'm just asking for.
If I could answer the question, Marshall, please.
Are fleeing their countries from the United States.
I'm sorry if I said the word flooding. I don't think I said the word flooding. I meant to say they come here from those countries, and every one of them would much rather be here than to be, and are more successful here than they could be in their countries where they came. when the Scots had in Boston. In New York, the same thing that you saw. So I'm really proud that it went that way. I am a little more worried living on the West Coast when we see and if the Democrats want to take that as a standard bearer, they just made me a Republican.
Our streets are full of men in skirts, and it's not because it's Pride Month. It's great. It's great fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm taking pictures as I walk through Times Square when I see something interesting. I took a beautiful shot of a woman dressed as I don't know whether it is as an Aztec toe, because the Mexicans were playing that day. And the crowds, they're standing there paying attention to what the cops say, staying behind the police line, watching the screens and cheering together. They certainly aren't Knicks fans, I'll say that much. They're far better behaved than the Knicks.
Than this. This cancer has gone beyond infiltrating political parties. It is clear that this cancer is felt in all segments of society and in all government departments. Through that, Islamists have allied themselves with communism, acts to transform and change authentic American values. Today in New York, we see an Indian Islamist extolling communism and
pretty extensively about this. I actually did a reel recently today about this. You cannot without any increase in the amount of hate crimes against Jews with Jews in the United States are justified because of what
And he said that go viral. And but the elephant is what you're looking for. Elephant. Fix your arthritis now, because all you do is click and scroll 100,000 miles a week, and you're going to fix all that rheumatoid arthritis. Dr. John, rheumatology.
and their ilk. Simply because I am Jewish. And I think that's the real issue here, frankly. Thank you for that. Murad will go to the reader of books who tells us we should read books and buy them, or order books and buy them.
services. They have some surge in crypto indicates that America is heading towards cancer of capitalism. Society has become materialistic. You see the women chasing man for size, either size, I mean, length. This man is tall, this man is short. We see men doing the same thing for women. His car is.
Where are these men getting chased? Because I'll stand on this street corner.
He taught me stuff.
These men being chased by these women because I will stand on that street corner if you tell me where it is.
Hello?
After this, I have a very biased view of the American society, maybe completely different. Yeah, there's a lot of issues concerned with the sex. This is a man, this is a woman, this is in the middle. Always the discussion is
I'm sorry my humor fell flat with you. But I don't know what you. Morocco. See, from Morocco, I got to look at how humor is presented in Morocco. Come back. I'll be ready for you next. It really
South Florida, there'll be nobody to take care of the old people any longer. I think, he's really very progressive in that.
I mean, that begs the question, why would they force out labor that we need here in this country and when there aren't people willing to do those jobs unless you pay them a lot of money to do them? And that tends to not benefit the businesses that need to hire those or to provide those services because they become too expensive. And that's literally what our capitalistic model said when, and I'm sure your guest King to my right will be able to speak about with regard to China, but then we exported our jobs to a Chinese communist model. So we didn't eat our own cooking defending this great capitalistic model. Instead, down to the lowest denomination regulation with regard to labor, state oversight, abuses up the wazoo, and the and Americans started enjoying cheaper goods over here, and the Walmarts of the world started to emerge. So what's that?
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know where the noise is coming from.
I think yeah. So anyway, so Gary, sorry.
Distribute the wealth. Communism is ideal.
We don't have communism yet. Not even China. Mainland China is not a communism society. There's still socialism. They're looking forward to reach that ultimate goal of communism. So say we are already in communism. This is not it. We're not it. And plus, we just see a small portion of this 3-person being endorsed by the mayor, and they win. And this is not a huge. I don't see it as a huge deal yet. America is so much more, like David said, capitalism. You cannot just with this election with the 3 people, and you can say we're already a communism. No, we're not socialism either. Yeah, there's no way America.
And I will take you up on your offer to hang out in your hood very soon. Yay! Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York.
That sometimes they like to be on that bullshit. I have faith in my scrubs. It's the size of mustard seed, but that's enough.
She got faith in her script.
And it's the most fulfilling activity of my life. That's my own testimony. But I was watching it, reading, and I looked up. Seconds of the match. I threw my head. If night returned me to the book of Leviticus, and I have been preparing a set of personal maneuvers and ablutions to ritually purify myself. You cannot come into the tent of meeting. You cannot come into God's dwelling place unless you have ritually purified yourselves. In other words, to enter a holy space, you have to be
John Kitover, Chicago
qualified
Mayor of Canada. This is an online debate. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com.
When I take my prayer for this team into the tent of meeting, right in the sanctuary where the priests are, when I ask the high priest to take it into the Holy of Holies, my God, place it on the mercy seat. Huh? You know, the mercy seat on top of the Ark of the Covenant, both sides, wings. I believe I can fly. That's what R. Kelly was singing about. He was singing about the mercy seat. Why? Because you put your prayer onto what? The mercy seat. The burnt offering goes up to God. That's why our fellow blows off his faith to high heaven. It's an allusion to the Ark of the Covenant, which I'm not ready for that yet. Huh? You cannot enter into the temple, into the tabernacle, into the tent of meeting unless you've been richly purified. Now, there's some misconceptions about what holy means and about what being unimpure means. Impure does not, in fact, mean of the devil. All it means is not pure. Same with holy. That which is unholy does not mean of the devil or demonic. It simply means not holy. In other words, it means, watch this, that which is common or profane. We use the word profane in our lexicon, in our language, to describe that which is what? Evil. Luciferian. But if you actually go back and work through the Hebrew and the Greek and the Latin, you know that the word profane simply means common, that which is not holy. If the United States men's team is going to win, we must engage purification rituals. We must clean. We must eat properly. We must wash our clothes. Go back and read Leviticus. Yahweh tells them to wash their clothes all the time. This team, from what I saw last night, is a cursed team. Last night, what I saw was when Korah and his boys questioned the leadership of Moses, and what did God do? Open up
legs up underneath him.
Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now.
Instead of benching
The city
everybody,
is
he could
80
bench
billion, 90 billion in
okay,
debt,
fine.
paying
But he should have
175 million a month in interest to the banks.
Christian Pulisic,
The pensions
he
and
should
the
have
interest
started Des, and he
expense
should have started
is draining the city's resources. We can't fulfill the budget obligations. And Brandon Johnson just spent $1 billion on an Oak Lawn hospital, a free giveaway to the medical health executive scammers, as well as to the developers. Brandon Johnson is a thief, communist, liar, traitor, racist, a low IQ, CPS parasite.
Been informed for like 2 years, just about. Doesn't get minutes at club. I do not know why you would put him in for a game like this over Matt Frenze and just letting him ride out the momentum he has. As you can tell, he has no cards, he has no injuries. Just let him ride out this match and do the things that he needs to do and have the momentum of at least him being an efficient goalkeeper into the next round. I was so embarrassed. They crashed out in front of First Lady. It was so bad. She boomed the room right after it was done because she was done. She was over it. And I was very embarrassed about that. I don't know what to say. It was horrible. They all looked horrible.
Real quick, I just want to say this. Boy, I gotta go. First of all, Britt, what you missed in that whole conversation is that man said he was reading a book while the game was going on. No time has he ever read a book during any NFL playoff game.
How would you know?
Well, because I know, because NFL.
No. How do you know? How do you know what he does during the games? Did you ask Ben? Are you omniscient? Do you know everything?
Yeah, I do. During an NFL.
Of course you know every fucking thing. You're the Uber Mitch. You're the Uber nigga. Of course you know everything.
During an NFL.
Of course. Just because you listen. No, you come down, please. You're the one who called me out. You come down. No. You don't have to. Yes, you said, hey, Britt, you missed what he said in the whole entire conversation. He was talking about how ass the team was last night playing in comparison to how well they played in 2 prior games. That's what he was talking about. Just because he was reading a book last night and the game shocked him in such a state of fright that he then lost consciousness, forgot who he was and where he was until he arose this morning, that doesn't mean anything to me. During the South Africa game, he was so disappointed with South Africa that at the halftime, after watching it vehemently, he went and read the book, and then guess what happened while he was off watching the TV, reading that fucking book? South Africa turned around and won that game versus South Korea. So maybe, just maybe, Dan not watching the screen might be good for some of the teams he's rooting for. Did you ever think about that? But you know the fucking thing. See, that's what happens when know-it-alls come back into this space. My God, on today.
Yeah, sorry. So again, I was being a bit facetious. You took it maybe literally. But also, I changed my PTR because my wonderful wife brought home some ice for the vodka. And as she walks in, she hears Mr. Ban Miso speaking, and she says, "Oh, I didn't realize you were listening to a sermon." So I wouldn't put on my Aaron Donald jersey, Rams, and my Cullen Bryant pants, and we are going to cleanse ourselves with some vodka. I appreciate it. You have a good night.
Ritual purification, as it's laid out in the scriptures, does not allow for vodka. I don't know if they had a concept of vodka, but I do believe, as I began my short sermon with, and I'll be very brief, that the United States, even if they're to get past Bosnia, let alone getting past the next round and beyond, will need prayer warriors.
That's a fact, brother.
It was really, really bad last night. I'm talking about simple taxes. I'm talking about a line. I saw a line last night that was so jagged that it didn't matter when the ball. They didn't have to check for offsides. That's how it was ridiculous. The defenders were 5 meters apart. The last time I seen a line that jagged, somebody asked me where the party was at. They told me and they said, let's get married. It's unbelievable how jagged it was last night.
Never mind the fact that they were consistently offsides with their offense. This sermon is sounding very Yeah, that's right. That's right. We need that benediction. Come on. They don't come back.
Meet me where?
I ain't ready for France, Brazil, and Argentina, man. Let's keep it
First lady, what'd you say? Meet me where?
At the altar. Sing it, girl. We have the benediction.
At the altar.
At the meeting.
When you meet at the altar, you're not only meeting your beloved, you're coming to the altar after being ritually purified and morally purified because you are what? Purified to approach a holy place, a sacred place. That's where God meets you. It is not a common place. That's why we meet at the altar. They don't, watch this. They don't come to the altar at the same time because one partner has to purify themselves in a particular way, and the other partner, has to purify themselves in a particular way. We don't meet at the altar with 40s and Young Miami songs.
Oh, shoot.
We meet at the altar once we've been ritually purified as laid out in the scriptures. Why? Because God is there, and behind him in the tent of meeting is what? The mercy seat, framed by what? The wings on both sides. What is in the ark? Watch this. The commandments, the rod, and manna. Law. How you build a state. How you build a state. Food. How you survive as a person. The sprouted rod. Faith. Wisdom. To keep it all moving. Huh? Faith what? Wisdom what? And what? Courage. When we get to the altar, we have to be qualified. That's why you don't see people just running up on altars. Because they know that is the dwelling place of holiness. If we're going to take our faith, Aaron's rod, if we're going to take our faith in this team to the altar, we just can't leave it there. God's not going to be there. When you go, this is one of the issues with the Protestants. The Protestants teach that God is everywhere, he hears you everywhere, so forth and so on.
Chicago mayoral candidate running in the 2027 election, February 23rd, to defeat Brandon Johnson, communist, parasite, elite, intellectual, LGBTQ, liberal, progressive thief, stealing billions in 2026, billions in 2027, sticking you, the homeowners, the voters, and the taxpayers with the bill for his progressive communist socialist agenda, which is racist. It's all fake. He's stealing from pensions. He's stealing from the savings of Chicago. He offered $800 million more for the Chicago partnership deal than he needed to. And we are listening to elite socialist communist fascists, LGBTQ elite, liberal, progressive, pluralist, feminist,
Democrats go on and on and on. I need you to support me so I can support you to liberate these towns. Hit the like button, subscribe, and share. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com and vote for John Kitover February 23rd, 2027. Sign our petition now. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com right now.
Weeks ago, after having 2 bourbons and a red wine, that's exactly what I'm expecting. When I try to executive,
This is the Brandon Johnson City Hall official transition team.
why you touch girls morally? I'll tear it up. Tear it up. When you first start to date somebody, you have way too many drinks. A place to show up. It is not the profane place, which is common. It is like a comedy show. They are hard. That's what the United States did last night. If you all do not prepare yourselves for this Bosnia game, Brit, if I'm the Moses, Brit is my Aaron. And just like Aaron, she's going to die first. Brit, they said, take your ass up a mountain. You'll die first. We'll bury you. Take your clothes off. We'll throw you down the motherfucking mountain. Somehow Moses lives longer than Aaron. Isn't that amazing? You are going to go first, but you be my Aaron. These people aren't ready. I watched the press conferences. I read the interviews. They are living in the room. I don't see where we Here's at least 3 masterpieces from Donald's house.
Mr. Chair, I rise with a heavy heart.
Enemy of the people, blessed of
For the women who have died because they were denied essential abortion care after the devastating Dobbs decision on these abortion care bans across our country. I rise today in remembrance of Amber Nicole Thurman, Candy Miller, C.G. Graham, Yoseli Barnica.
He snuck back here through the colored section. Smelling like fufu and suya.
This is John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate running in the 2027 election, February 23rd, to defeat Brandon Johnson, communist, parasite, elite, intellectual, LGBTQ, liberal, progressive thief, billions in 2026, billions in 2027, sticking you, the homeowners, the voters, and the taxpayers at the bill for his progressive, communist, socialist agenda, which is racist, it's welfare. He's stealing from pensions. He's stealing from the savings of Chicago. He offered $800 million more for the Chicago market deal than he needed to. And we are listening. Elite socialist, communist, fascists, LGBTQ, elite, liberal, progressive, pluralist, feminist, Democrats. Go on and on and on. I need you to support me so I can support you to liberate this town. Hit the like button, subscribe, and share.
I'm also glad to come down to this altar right here. Fill it up and make me whole. Such a blessing.
Stop your ass.
Isn't that such a blessing? Thank you, First Lady. Such a blessing. Y'all heard the brother. You need to start doing your rituals. Get clean. Renew your soul, your spirit, your mind.
Baby, you gotta get clean and do your rituals.
And that's what I'm gonna do. Because it is. Isn't that nice? But nice. You see how that happens?
Has anybody noticed that black politics, black community, black love is at an all-time low at the same time? Yes, sir. The friendliness of black people. Let me say it again. Has anybody noticed that black community, black politics,
when you start posting
love are at an all-time low at a time when black homes cleanliness are also. Have you ever watched Instagram Live, TikTok? You ever look at a picture you get BTV up there? Look at BTV. In the kitchen, on top of the cabinets, they have in that
Oklahoma.
A shooting in Chicago's Muslim neighborhood leaves 12.
As if they are vases from the Byzantine era.
Fight to borrow and steal from taxpayers to fund abortionists.
If you
Abortion doctors that kill.
politically,
From the property tax situation.
And we don't know necessarily what
A lot more about
from the Ming Dynasty. You cannot get your house.
I'm Britney Spears, and this is the Pooh Cocktail Supreme.
You cannot get your finances. You cannot get your that energy in that home is not pure. It is enervating and it atrophies your mind, body, and spirit. If I walk across that lineman, across that threshold, and it's kids' toys and clothes and bags in the front, I don't step over it. You know why? Because what you're stepping into is what the great John Milton called pandemonium. You get off work. You have a designated area for your bags. You have a mud room. You have a bedroom. You have a garage. You have a guest room. Keep your bag on your arm for 24 seconds and put it where it belongs. You come in, take your shoes off. Why leave your shoes at the door? Why do people think that Yahweh spent so much time in the book of Leviticus into Numbers explaining the proper protocols for the design, the layout, and the cleanliness of the tent of meeting? He did because, she did because, they did because, Yahweh did because. If your space is a mess, so is your soul. So is your mind, and so is your body. Brit, are you there?
I'm here.
Are you in the Megaton basement, or?
I have removed myself from the Megaton basement. I'm trying to enjoy the last bit of the daylight laws before time laws come into effect.
I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about you in the middle of small sea crash out. I was worried about the times, but I think you made it.
You know, today has been a very trying day for the both of us. You did better than me, I will say that. I can always give you your 10s. At one point in time, I was like, ooh, brother's getting close, but you know, you never approached the small sea crash. So when we see your improvement, wholesome, brother, wholesome, and we appreciate it. My God. Well,
beat.
The Bible says nothing about not being shady.
Oh, I said no, who was under a wholesome radar. What's on your scale?
Listen, the Bible says to be wise as a snake and gentle as a...
To the book of Leviticus.
Same thing. I think I walked the appropriate...
To the book of Leviticus.
Now, I will say that somebody did have me fully crash earlier today. And they almost had it. But I think I recovered well.
Nothing says strong leadership like a strong beat.
I think in one word to say something like that, I think that would be
Nothing says strong leadership like...
it might be up to
Someone else referred to
Pretty girls walk like.
Nothing says strong leadership.
a fender bender where nobody
Nothing says strong.
just look at it, just scrape off the paint and move on.
that happened to me last week, but now that I'm thinking about it, I should have took some money from that man. We were at the ATM drive-thru and he was in a Benz. And I don't know how he just hit me. We were sitting still for like 5 minutes. It's like, I'm so sorry. Nothing happened, I promise.
I parked. I had been parked for a while, but sort of mentally preparing myself to meet people that were already there. And all of a sudden, this person had backed up into my car and cracked part of the bumper. And they told me that it wasn't a big deal, that I shouldn't, worry about it, and that in the grand scheme of life, particularly, that it didn't matter because people in Palestine died. True story. And I shouldn't be worried about it because people in Palestine
Nothing said.
had it much worse. He said this, and
Nothing said.
he was also trying to go because people bitch. The severity of the crash is usually in the eye of the beholder.
Nothing said.
But I would say I had a slow motion crash.
Nothing said.
I think that's fair to me.
Nothing said.
And that's when he became brother of.
I wanted to make neoliberal crash earlier.
Nothing said.
Igor was supposed to ask Trent what Yugoslavia was. So neoliberal.
Nothing. Nothing says strong leadership.
Well, that's to be fair.
Like a strong beat.
To be fair, we don't know what Serbia is, and we don't really know where neoliberal is from. These are all mysteries.
Nothing says strong leadership. Strong.
They definitely thought Igor was from Russia, so that was fun.
Brother, half of this app think I'm Russian, half of them they think I'm from Siberia, and like 2% they think we still don't kill me here in my country. That's
Not from Siberia.
No, I'm not even I said, Siberia, they think that Siberia. And they're like, is it snowing? And yeah.
Nothing says strong leader.
We don't have to abort. One does not have to. First Lady, I don't know if you're there. One does not. When Trent and others come in and bite us like snakes, we can have faith and ask for God's intercession, and He will raise up among us a man who will build a golden serpent upon which any of us can look and let me say it again. Just because Trent comes in on his belly like a serpent and bites you, all you have to do is look up.
Nothing.
And see.
Nothing says strong leadership like a strong beat.
Serpent. You don't have to hold your crash out in. Have faith if you're a brother wholesome. If you're getting bit by serpents, just look up. And there's the bronze serpent. And it'll heal you.
Nothing says strong leadership like a strong beat.
My tracking number is 582HL.
Nothing says strong. Nothing says. Nothing says strong leadership like a strong beat.
Brother Ben, you there?
Yeah, how you doing?
So the U.S. played again today, this morning?
No.
Okay.
And you too.
No. So they play again when?
Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday. Okay.
Last night was abomination.
Well, we'll keep them in prayer. We'll keep them in prayer.
Well, I'm trying to be prepared. I don't know what my prayers will make it.
The only thing that they have going for them, and this is an aside to what Ben saying, it has nothing to do with what he's saying. Everyone should keep their set on course. And the only thing is strong. Canada and Mexico should be playing their knockout round games before the U.S. If one of them leaves first, then if America loses to Bosnia, it will be bad, but they weren't the first. But if both of those two teams make it through and America crashes out because y'all's prayers were not enough and their will was not enough, well, they're going to be some people who need to be fired.
Actually, ain't nobody getting fired, man. Need some more talent. I seen France today, man. I seen France today moving like I never seen no shit like that before. France moving in unison like fucking poetry in motion. That shit was crazy.
Francis moving like
Ass went straight to the feet.
this is
It
nuts.
was off. Nothing was off. It was beautiful.
This is nuts. This is nuts. France is moving like France, like they've always moved.
Nah, it wasn't like this.
Especially after they've gotten rid of Griezmann and then some of those schlubs who they had really fucked them over in 2022, where Mbappe had to do all that shit by himself. And now they have a Ballon d'Or winner in Dembele. So France is doing.
Don't mind him. He's tapping into his deep-seated love for France, which comes from being a Haitian, where deep down they really want to be French.
I am no Francophile. I am going for Vinny Jr.
But anyhow, I mean, all that glazing you just did, I was confused.
Just keeping it real.
All I heard was people
The boys is moving. Shit.
And then he was to say, I mean, he was glazing. I was like, oh my God.
That's actuality. That's the reality of the situation.
I've never seen play like this. Have you?
It was
your eyes stop working?
It was great.
Did your eyes like only work when France plays?
Nah. I seen what I seen, and I saw what I saw.
That was crazy again. But then, wait, but then you're talking about people.
I don't know no brothers speak like me.
No, they're supposed to be your forever ops. You think those are your forever ops?
No.
Hold on 1 second, MJ. Hold on, no. Hold on 1 second. Because I was literally
said it was German.
Whatever. I was literally saying how some people at U.S. men's soccer need to be fired. Like, I'm talking about structural change within the federation, because it's not just about the skill level of the players. It's also about how the federation moves, how they operate, their mindset, and how that impacts this particular team. So when I said people needed to be fired, I'm very serious that if they crash out at round of 32, they heads need to roll at the federation. But because you saw France play today, you saw Dembele hit the little 3 on his arm, you saw the dictator himself, Kylian Mbappe, moving and grooving, and you said, I've never seen such sights and delights with mine eyes before, and now all of a sudden you're a whole Francophile in front of my face, and they're gonna tell me they need more talent because you got. Oh my God, what are we missing? This is disgusting. It's depraved.
That's why he's my Aaron. You see why she's my Aaron? What did you say? She said, heights and delights. You heard that? That's my Aaron right there. That's why she's my Aaron.
That's right.
Should I get it out before
I'm fucking with Vinny Jr., brother. I'm going with the boys. You know.
Listen,
Who's the boys? Who's Vinny? Vinny Hurts.
Charles de Gaulle.
Oh, so you're going to France? You're going to France? You're going to France?
I'm going for Brazil. It's the Americas. You know what I'm saying? The black from the Americas.
Which one is it? France or Brazil?
The Francophone is the Americas. The blacks.
Oh, yeah. Which one? Have you been drinking?
That's it. Is what I'm talking about.
One thing I respect about MJ, he's the last person on the app who still drinks since Bruce left.
No, Uncle Bruce. Uncle Bruce, that he didn't drink. He guzzled.
Oh my God. I'm on that night.
Don't call him Uncle Bruce or not.
Huh?
Is the match about to start?
Yes, the match is literally starting in like a few seconds. They're just doing the lineup for Spain on Telemundo. And your mall starting. See? You see how your mall is starting? Must be nice to have, your phenom on your team start.
I named myself on this app after a great Haitian man. Everybody can see it. There I see. J.B. Sans Souci.
Nothing said.
Jean-Baptiste Sans Souci. I might have to change my name after what MJ just did. Yeah. Of all the teams, you said Frank.
Nothing says.
Please don't change your name yet, because I thought you were going to,
No, it's my at. See my at? J.B. Sans Souci.
Okay.
Yeah.
Transaction.
He really sounds
Good man. Y'all know about Sans Souci?
I don't.
Oh, this is a man. Sans Souci is a man. So if you go to Haiti, as MJ can tell you, the great installation tower they call Sans Souci that was built in the early 19th century by the king himself, Christophe. But there was a man named Jean-Baptiste Sans Souci who, after many of the revolutionaries, yeah, they don't like this project for a couple years, after many of the revolutionaries decided to join France temporarily, he refused. And he led an internal insurgency against those who joined the French temporarily, you see. And what we know about him, the little we know about him, is that he was from where? Congo. He was bringing that freedom energy. He's a great man. Everybody should read about him. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Jean-Baptiste Sans Souci. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. And when the French came, they were fighting Leclerc. He took it to him. I mean, I've been going for a long time. I'm done. Y'all got it. Let me get back to it.
Shout out to Côte d'Ivoire.
They run the French back in Sahel. Wagner.
Oh, no, sir. Get the French the hell up out of there. Come on now.
I'm just trying to
No, sir. No, sir.
Extent of the glazing.
It's not glazing. It's not glazing.
MJ's so excited about the French soccer team, he no longer supports Traore. That's how excited he is. He wants the French back in Burkina Faso. You hit it on the nail.
No, sir. No, sir. Yeah,
Are you sure? Oh, yeah, what we saw there in LA. Sure.
They were moving so graciously.
They were moving graciously. It was a sight to see.
I mean,
I can't say this is black man.
But you're not allowed to. We can say it for you. You're not allowed to say that.
Oh,
Even though it's true. They're probably going to win. I think France will probably win. Oh, my God. Britt, I didn't say anything. Did y'all hear Trent wasted his money on England, Mexico?
Oh, listen. It was England, Mexico, and Brazil. And when he said, and that's why I said, like, when I said if you wanted to waste your money and part with your money like that, we could give you some cash apps and some GoFundMes, and you could just blow your money. Putting money on England?
Wow.
Like, and I even said it earlier, it's one thing if you wanted to go like a Latino, Hispanic route, you did Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico. Or you did, well, I would say Spain in one of those. But like, if you did those three countries, I could get it, right? You're going Mexico because of your family and where you're from. You're going Brazil because you're black and you have Jamaican roots. And like most Caribbean black people, you root for Brazil. And then Argentina because of Messi. Simple. What the fuck are you rooting for England to take it all for? That's just not going home. Them niggas can't even win a fucking Euro Cup, let alone a World Cup. Like,
I think he's already relocating.
I just don't know how safe he will be with those people over there.
I think we all know Trump just picked the first 3 countries that came to his mind.
Well, I mean, shit, if he was gonna pick a place with white people, he should have picked the country he lives in. But you know,
I mean, he's got good odds for Mexico. But the English probably didn't get good odds.
Well, he said he got bad odds for all of them. It was like single-digit percentage.
Oh Lord.
He was just throwing money away to throw money again. That's why I said we can give you some links if you just want to blow something. If you just want to waste your money.
You know what day I lost some money, Bray? USA second game when I had Balogun for a assist or a goal and he hit it off the fucking defender for the goal and it didn't count it.
Well,
that hurt.
I'm sorry about that.
That hurt it bad.
See, that's what happens when you do all that damn sports betting. See, they're gonna take you up out of here with all that damn sports betting.
I haven't placed a bet since then. That hurt my feelings.
Exactly. We're gonna have to break you from that addiction.
It's just
like that's the whole sports. Like when you find yourself in the middle of the night betting on the number of corner kicks in the Caribbean. That's how you know you have a problem.
No, I'm not that bad. Like I know niggas that World Cup aside, they bet money on random, like they bet money on the like middle of the night Korean soccer league that exists, or like Australian like women's tennis matches.
Yeah.
Just be random, or like what is it, like Turkish basketball? They just betting money. I'm like, damn, what you niggas do?
They say they got a 50-50 shot. Fuck it.
Are they like keeping up with the stats and efforts that they can?
No, they just find something one in the middle of the night.
That's what you know you addicted.
They watch the game and it might be somebody up 10 at halftime. They pick it a 12.5 or over or under. Like they just do it.
And you know what the sports books did, and it was brilliant, was they found a way to get a lot of the stuff for you to watch it.
It was an app.
Sports book. Yeah.
You could be on the sports betting app in a random game in another country. You could just watch it while.
Yes, and you're more likely to bet on something that you watch. And so they did. That was actually very brilliant and truly, truly evil at the same time. Oh shit!
But this might be the blackest bracket phase ever in the history of the world.
How about
issues.
How about Pedro? What was it? Pedro Gonzalez. What's the guy's name? That was a great tennis player. Mexican.
From which country?
Someone help me. It's the 70s, maybe.
Africa.
Gonzalez. Yeah.
Africa's not a country.
Pedro.
South Africa.
Hold on, I have to look this up because they used to always have tennis rackets with his name on it. He was like one of the top tennis players.
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, right?
He's from Spain.
You know what I'm talking.
Your service appears to be inactive.
Fingers? Yeah, this is absolutely easy. This is AI
is going to create the economic and political development.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know what is open claw?
We probably don't even need to talk about it.
Open Claw is going to move Mississippi up in those rankings.
Yeah, dude. Pretty soon we're at the edge of singularity happening, and once that happens, we're not gonna know. We're not gonna know until we realize that there is an AI model that has its own bank account and owns like a lot of property, and it's actually been like giving people jobs and negotiating with us all along.
I don't know if that okay, wait, can I just say this? Pancho Gonzalez. Sorry, it was gonna make me nuts. Chilean.
But yeah, country clubs
Thank you.
Thank you.
Country clubs that discriminate against ethnicity, religion, or national origin are a bad idea. That does not lead to good economic development. We need more cosmopolitanism. And I like the way that sports are progressing in the 21st century.
What do you think a country club charges to join?
It depends.
So I'm just curious what you think the typical private golf club, what do you think it runs about? A nice
I don't know, typical about 400.
Yeah. 250.
About 400K for a good one.
Yeah. Around that.
Yeah, I would want to be tested to join those.
Pardon?
So there's what I don't like is the culture that country clubs create. So for example, I was traveling for work and I stopped at this restaurant which is in a country club. Obviously I'm not a member of.
You cut out, Big M.
What about country club? What is it? You mentioned there is no countries.
Oh my goodness, dude. You're such a controversial, contrarian.
And I asked for directions and the guy just completely ignored me, didn't even acknowledge my existence. And because country club members only talk to other members.
No, country clubs are awesome, man. They're so cool.
But I personally, for my wedding business, enjoy country clubs because I like officiating weddings in country clubs because they're nice and fancy.
That's true. But why do we need to have borders?
Because, dude, you want to know who's coming into your neighborhood.
You mean borders at the country club?
Borders in a country is because that's the way humans have drawn divisions forever. First it was like little city states.
Yeah, but
then it was like larger kingdoms.
That's like in bad.
Then it was countries, right? Like we've done this for 15,000, 20,000 years as humans.
Wait, hold on. You say it like it's a bad thing.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I just said it was a part of human development. I don't feel good about borders. I don't feel bad about borders.
You should feel
borders are big. No, I shouldn't. I should feel indifferent about it. You want to know why? Because it's a part of human development.
Well, that ignores.
It is a part of societal development. Hold on. It has been with humans for like 20,000 years. That means I don't need to feel anything about it because it's just a facet of human development and civilization.
Not exactly.
I don't need to feel good or bad about it.
It just means you don't understand the complexities of that development. Like, why does it exist?
It fucking doesn't mean that.
Doesn't mean that it all.
Oh man, Marshall getting roasted.
When humans divide themselves, no, what it means is when humans divide themselves, they divide themselves among borders. I need to feel, hold on. Yeah, because I don't need, and you don't need to feel a certain way about a border. Borders exist and have forever. Yeah, it's just. I like commerce. I like commerce across the borders.
We have economic growth when nations specialize.
Michael Jackson.
Exactly. Exactly.
Was human nature.
There is a good reason for borders.
Borders.
I didn't say there wasn't. I just said it was a facet of development, which means you don't need to feel a way about it because in the modern world, borders will just exist.
Clearly, we disagree on that, Marshall.
I don't agree with that, Marshall.
Guys,
borders.
I think
it's only rules that the government just manage as borders. It's like religions. It's absolutely. It's for make management rules to.
Okay, John, we got
to manage us. That's all. I just wanna to tell. I have a topic.
I think it's important that we appreciate what is good. That's all. And if you say you're indifferent to borders, that means you can't find a good reason to appreciate it, and that's on you.
No, that doesn't mean I can't find a good reason to appreciate it. Live next to one.
Oh my God.
Simply being indifferent. I'm not indifferent because I like or dislike them. I'm indifferent because if I map out human civilization, there's always some discussion of borders. So I don't need to feel anything about them because they just come up because we're humans. It's not that difficult.
No, because we're humans, because even animals have borders. So there's a reason for it. A good reason.
Before he was born, one wisdom guy said, imagine there is no countries.
Imagine
it isn't hard to do.
There would be a lot of chaos.
Imagine there is no people. Imagine there is no religion.
Imagine you don't have border patrol. And
you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
I think there's this.
Hey John, I have a question. Before the States, where were you from? It sounded like to the Eastern Europe, maybe Russia, but
is this the communist takeover that Gary was warning us of?
From Pakistan.
I don't know.
I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. One day you join us.
Look, it's nice to dream. However, we have to understand that there are two types of people in the world. There are people who are honest, and there are people who are dishonest.
And you still fighting.
We're not fighting, man. Relax, bro. You just, we all want to talk, okay? Let's talk and listen to each other and make progress in our existential understanding.
And let's grow the economy internationally, especially Mississippi. They need our help.
Where does Mississippi rank?
Look at the rating.
They got the lowest.
Doesn't it the worst state? Isn't it between Louisiana and Mississippi? Yeah, but like imagine how we could make it better. Let's talk about that. What do you guys think it would take? What is the minimum effort but the highest impact to make Mississippi good?
To make Mississippi good?
Yes.
I think Mississippi's sitting on some oil that they don't know about, honest to God. I think so. I swear to God, I think I do.
What happens when you give a homeless person some money?
They buy food? No.
Yeah.
It depends how much money, I guess.
It depends on how much money. Right. What happens if you give them enough to afford living conditions for a month? Could that be enough? For some homeless, it'll be enough, but for the majority, it probably won't. For the majority, it won't matter how much money you give them because they're going to need rehabilitation, and even that may not guarantee that they can adjust.
Guys,
what's the root of that?
Don't zoom in when you're talking about great things. I just want to say
Mississippi's a state.